I am sure I'm forgetting something. Hi Lorenzo. Hello. Good morning. How are you doing? How's it going? Good morning, Sarah. Hi, Rico. Rico, hi. Good morning. Shit. Hi, people. How is it going? Let me turn on also TikTok. We are there too. Wait, why there is no more the text? Hey, yo, text. Text, where did you go? Oh. There we go. Better. Hi. How is my volume? You're preparing to study? Let's go. How is my... Music was way too loud and I'm way too loud. Wait. Let me fix all of that. Okay. 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 Done. Let me also turn on the chat. That would be lovely to see you. Okay. We are here. Hello. Got a lot of work to do this morning? Let's go. Don't do game while is on the World Cup finals. When is the World Cup finals, chat? Do you know that? I have no idea. I generally have no clue. Okay. The 18th? Okay, good. Because yesterday Diaz freaking scared me. Because as you know, on the, like this Sunday, but I'm doing good. How are you doing? This Sunday on the 11th, we will have the Dumbo's games. We will have the Dumbo's games. You're gonna get sick with shit. We're gonna have the Dumbo's games. So I was very excited, and then Diaz came to me and be like, "Oh, on the same day, at the same hour, there's the finals." Oh shit. I was very scared. I was like, shit, I cannot do it in the same day, right? I have a picture. I have pictures for today, and I'm curious to see what you will say about the post on Twitter today. Wait, let me find them. Wait, where did it go? Oh. Okay. This one. Okay. I have the pictures. Okay, wait. If I had to have a pro player picture, which one should it be? Better Way Live Now. Adding. Well, yeah, Chad, I forgot to tell you, you're talking to a champion. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that. Yeah, I'm actually a pro player in Valorant right now. But it's okay. I'm gonna treat you the same as I always did. Good morning, Rising. Hi, Rua. Hi, Maxwell. So I'm never gonna forget where I came from. Um, someone humble her quick. Don't make me cry. It hasn't made me gone to her head. Champion of Gary and Carriage, shut up. Maybe I can. Maybe I can just do it like this. Actually. Thank you, Kaza. I know, I carried the team, I know. They couldn't have done it without me, you know. The mean streets of me co-working, yes, that's where I came from. Exactly. Exactly, Jafar. That's where I came from. Um wait. How can I do this picture? I guess you lost? No. I did not use any cheat. Jumps were okay. Shut up. I tried so hard to do the jumps. Arya, if we go play again and we go on Icebox, I have all the magic walls. Also in Ascent. Also in Ascent. But I think I'm not gonna play that game for a while now. Cheat on my PC? Did my friend Laura? Who's Laura? I'm sus? You cannot wait? I got you, Ari. I got you. Wait. Oh, by the way, apparently, Arya's boyfriend will be helping me to do the build of the computer, which is gonna happen this Friday. Usually, I don't stream on Friday, so Friday is gonna be like there's gonna be a short stream where I'll put on the computer, this one, the new graphic card and the new PCU, and maybe we can do also something with the Go XLR that I have and I haven't used yet. You wanna see the cat? All right. Where did it go? That's better. That's better. I enjoy better. Let me do this story in the meantime while you look at Pera. No, wrong picture. I'm hungry already. I just had breakfast. Do I have all the tools I need? No. I don't. I don't even know what do I need. I'm gonna ask Aria's boyfriend, what do I need? What do I have to do? Aria, do you want to join us in the call while we do that? Or do you have to work? Oh, I'm still here. I forgot that I'm still with the Pera scam. Okay. Aria, do you want to join us? Okay. You might be working. Do what? I'm like... Probably yes. Okay, nice. No, probably yes, you have to work, or probably yes, you can join. Okay. I'm gonna eat chicken soon. Hi, Evan. Should be the third picture, the flip off. Thank you. You probably can. Nice. Beautiful. So go on my Twitter and tell me which picture do you think I should be using for my... Thank you for appreciating my bottle. Stone. Go on my Twitter and tell me what... Yes, IG sorted. Forest, no. Thank you for reminding me. Go on my Twitter and tell me which one do you think should be my picture as a pro player in Valorant. This is the escalation, people. This is where go. Where can I comprare? It's a water dropper. Wait. Here. Water dropper. That's the one. I don't know if the code still works. You can try. I really like this one. But to be honest, there was another one. Can I have, please, salutes in chat for the fallen bottle? For the fallen glass bottle? Please, I need 07 or salutes in chat. For the fallen bottle of glass, I really freaking loved it. It was so good. It was so pretty. It was so nice. It was like a black tainted glass. Oh, so pretty. So pretty. Literally fallen and died in the Battle of Turin. Oh. Everyone's mood is poo-poo. Why is your mood? Oh, yeah, really? Are your moods poo-poo? It's fine. It's because it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday that makes moods poo-poo. It's because, like, you know that you're in the middle of the week, so you're like, there's still so much time for the weekend, but and yet I'm not at the beginning because I don't have the energy anymore and all of that. But, you know what can make you feel better? Isn't there with that color? Yeah, there is also with this color. There is also with that color there. You can also find it like that. You know what could make you feel better? Do you know? Let me remove some stuff that we don't freaking need, like Stardew Valley. No, Final Fantasy. Let's get away. And also Stardew Valley. I don't want you anymore. I want Hans Zimmer. Look at the people. Look at them. No, don't remove it. No. Wait. This is chat for me. Wait. No, I don't want you to be singing. I just want you to be talking. I just want you to be talking. This is chat complaining to me. This is chat complaining for me.
Okay, great number. Nice number, Mac.
Ah, thanks, Kermit. You know, that's the secret to good songwriting.
What's that?
What? What happened? No, I haven't seen it. What happened? Hello today too. Sorry for the highlight. Just wanted to say after the interview yesterday, I got the job and you signed the contract. Let's go. I'm grateful for everyone to support. It was a lot easier to work on application. I hope I can pass on more good vibes and good luck. Oh, Thorin, I'm very proud of you. Rising, thank you for pointing it out again for me. Thorin, I'm very proud of you. Good job. Good job, Thorin. Good job for getting the job. Good job for getting a job. Going back to how I hear the meat.
You gotta have a strong hook.
There go two great sets of flippers.
Wait.
Beaker, I told you never to talk to me like that. Because I can't understand it.
That's you. I'm muted on TikTok. Holy shit. Thank you for telling me that. Oh, Leroy, thank you for the shopping bags and the heart on TikTok. I appreciate you. Sorry. Thank you for telling me. But, so, music for today. We have classic, orchestra, jazz, beats, organic house, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, Hans Zimmer. What, chat, would you rather have Stardew or Final Fantasy? Stardew or Final Fantasy? Aria, I'm sorry to tell you. Aria, I am very sorry to tell you. Oh yeah, true. Actually, I have to. Can I also? Can I also have a salute to our moderator, temporary moderator, Ashkelon, for the bet? Thank you. Appreciate you for what you did. Oh, mix it up. Wake up. Wake up, my friend. Wake up, my friend. It's loading. It's loading. Nintendo Lo-Fi. Nintendo Lo-Fi. There we go. Now we have all of it. No Final Fantasy shit. Oh, I have to. Wait, where did it go? Control F. There we go. And I want you to know, baby, I love you like a love song, baby. Let's go. You vote. Whatever you want. You got it. I'm sorry. No Stardew, no freaking Final Fantasy. None of that. But, hi, Mattia. Hi, hello. You're here? Good morning. Are you here because you want to learn how pro players study and work? I mean, I need to put oil on my hair. They're extremely dry. I'm gonna put it later. Anyway. Oh, the new entry is actually kind of caring already. Nice. Hello, you're working too? What are you working on, Mattia? I love you like a love song, baby. We have to listen to that song. Love song. What's the name of it? What's the name of that? I love you like a love song. I love you like a love song. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Selena Gomez. Yes, that one. Now we need to hear it so that I have it out of my brain. Sorry. It's not even like a good song. It's just like, it's in my brain. Do you know this one? Just for Mood is about to drop even more shit. Graphic design. Ooh, is that what you do? And I want you to know, baby. Lito, thank you for the 6 roses and the elves. Lito, thank you for the elves on TikTok. I appreciate you. Never heard this? Beep 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 beep. Holy shit! You joined the Nintendo Lo-Fi? Awesome, baby. Beep 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 beep. Okay, I got the playlist for Nintendo because I think that's the winner. You don't know this song, Akira? Oh no, Messi! Oh no! I'm already so hungry. You wish you never heard this song? Why did you play the start? Why did you plug in that Stardew link? Your favorite song, Buffy? I'm gonna raise it up for you. Baby, I love you like a love song, baby. Nice. You're lucky. I got you. But are you ready for today? Oh my god, this song is so long. I hate this song. I hate this song, to be honest. It is a tattoo, but it's a fake one. Now, we're gonna sing the song instead of studying. No. I hate this song. It's so long. I didn't remember it was so long. It is not a good song. That's the point. You never heard those words, Lorenzo? Average song? No, it's not even average. Lyrics are super easy. So hi! You know you can stop it, right? And save us all? No. We have to finish the song. By the way, chat, Soy is the boyfriend of Ari. He's the one who's gonna help us with the computer. Maybe we will check. Like, I have to check with the time and stuff. Yes. Anyway, I think that Nintendo Lo-Fi is winning. Shall we start the day? You want some? Wait, the People Riot is so good. People Riot is so good. Holy. Shall we go? Shall we start to work? I think I'm gonna get a cookie because I'm generally have my stomach that is raging. I don't know. Will he help you now that you took Stardew Valley out of the pool? I think so. I think so. Fighting for people to have taste. Shut up, Aria. Get yourself water. Get yourself water, a coffee, whatever you need. I need fresh music? I don't. I'm very good here. Me, 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 me. Hey, well, I'll take you with you in 45 minutes, okay? Yeah, it's time to work. I'll take you with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Sorry, I just got an idea. It just got me in the moment where I get ideas. Sorry, let for a second my brain work a little bit. Sanna, welcome back. A long time no see. Okay, so I got this idea. The music was not too bad. Let me open the poll in the meantime again. I got this idea where, like, you know that I'm using Notion right now to subscribe. Okay. Yeah. I got this idea where I'm using Notion for my schedule. Oh, we have a wheel? All right. Hilaria, welcome back to you too. How are you doing? We're using Notion. I'm thinking, what if I connect Notion to Zapier? So when I missed you too. So when I change an event of something in the schedule, I was scheduled, you're gonna receive a notification on Discord, or at least it's gonna come out on Discord, so you have all the like what is happening over there, like you know the update. I'm gonna try. I might gonna try. Sounds, but I'm scared that then it will become too much. But wait, I don't like this condition that I use because it's anyway. I don't fucking care. You don't care. I know. Sorry, just blabbering. Proxy, hi, hello, welcome in today. Let's spin this wheel and let's go for another TikTok. Global. Shit. You're here for the blabbering? I was saying like I need like, okay, listen. We're gonna be doing global later. But I have a few pull for music. You have it, Kami. You have it. Awesome, thank you, but I'm not interested. Did I celebrate yesterday victory? I celebrated by sleeping at 2 a.m. because I was too excited. Yes, it is the new one. Oh yeah, I was saying like is there any of you who knows a lot about hair? Or like, you know, there's those people that are very interested in things and they know a lot about them. I find them so fascinating. You do? I find them so fascinating. Like, you're addicted? You do, Anissa? Really? You do, Dr. Liquid? For real? You do, Chibi? You do? Oh my god, you do? Are you making fun of me or... Like, I'm talking about hair. Sana, shut up! Now you're making fun of me. You're a medical doctor? You are? Dr. Liquid, hi! How are you doing? How is your day going? How are you feeling today? How is, yeah, hi. Thank you, Lila. Thank you for that. Doctor, what are you specialized in? We have actual doctors in chat. Just off work? Oh, really? Because like, Charlie D'Amelio? No, you're wrong. I am Dixie. I'm Jixie. You got mistaken. Aesthetic surgeon? Hi, Welding, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you for the 6 months. Aesthetic surgeon? Have you ever heard someone making like a aesthetic surgery on their knees? Is that something that have ever happened to you? Welding, thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you for half of the year. A rich doctor in chat. And I'm just wondering, chat. I'm just wondering. Botox? Injections on knees? That could be interesting. Rising! Thank you for gifting to Dr. Liquid, Rising. I appreciate you. I really do. I really, really do. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Do you also do hair? Because I was just saying, like, I don't know what... Ryzen, thank you again for the gifted one. We're 69% of the hype train. I was wondering, like, my hair are always, like, very... And I think that it's half of genetic, half stress. No, wait, that 1/3 genetics, 1/3 stress, and 1/3... Oh, you do hair injection. More often injections, though. Like, you inject, like, the little thing of the hair. Dr. Liquid, can you DM me anywhere? Would you be down to be on stream? I think we would have a lot of questions. Okay, can you... I'd love to know... Finally a doctor in chat! The people always make fun of me because of, like... But we can talk about that. We can talk about aesthetics. I think that would be interesting. Very interesting. Oh, and since this came out, is there... You see that... But by the way, do you see that they're, like... They're sad. My hair is sad. My hair are very sad. Maybe you can tell us some things. So you know about skincare. You know about skincare. Huh. Let's have a conversation, doctor. Let's Huh. Okay. Okay. Well, we can have a conversation for sure. But then I was also going to ask you, Chad, if you know anyone else that like have. Are you passionate in something specific? Like, you know those people that are like passionate in coffee. They know everything about coffee. Do you know anyone like that? Like a friend of yours. Doesn't have to be like a streamer or anything like that. Do you have anything like that? Progressive rock. Okay. All right. But passion, I mean, like, you know everything. You know where this band started, when they ended. Like, I am so envy of people that are this passionate in things. Oh. Music events. Dungeons and Dragons. That could also be... Sorry, chat. This had to be paid. This had to be paid. Joy, thank you for the 5 gifted. Joy, thank you for the 5 gifted. If you didn't know, the other day Joy was like, "Oh, I'll gift you 5 if you win," and I was like, "Fuck that, the stress, the anxiety," and we won. So, Joy, thank you so much for that. Thank you, appreciate you. I really do. You're passionate about rugby? Ooh. Candles Day in Colombia? Ooh. Dia de las Velitas. Dia de Velitas. Ooh. Thank you, Joe. I love you. Love you. Even if you make fun of me. Learning and looking up information is in general, so I know a lot of random facts while not being an expert. Ooh. Ooh. You're passionate about gym. I would love to know about your passions. If you have any passion, like you know something, you're very oddly specific, knowledgeable in that field, let me know. I would love to know. Not football doesn't count. Anything. History is your passion. Alright? Gin? About gin? Wine. Nice. I love the passions, but I'm not super prepared about any of them. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would love to. I love baking since a kid, but I only cover the basics. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would like to know if there's. Do you know that there are those people that are like super passionate about something? Like, there's those ones that are super passionate about soft air or airsoft, how you call it, and they know everything about it. Oh my god, that is so incredible to me. Anyway, let's go back to work. Let's get back to work. Let's get stuff done. Soft air. We call it soft air in Italy. I don't know why we call it soft air and not airsoft. We changed it. Anyway, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. What are we gonna be? I don't get how people get so passionate. Right? Right? Oh, we have jazz. Let's go. Let me go on jazz. Classics. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Such. A scout? Chibi, I'm gonna need you when I will be doing the camping stream. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. Welcome back. How are you doing? How is it going? How are you feeling? Hello. How was this focus moment for you? I have a task that I have to do, but I'm procrastinating because I don't want to do it. So I'm doing something that I really doesn't need to be done, but I'm doing it right now. I am, yep. Yeah, maybe it's because I'm missing food, you know? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the reason why. No focus for you? What happened, Lorenzo? Remember, you can vote the music for the next tomato by just typing in chat a number between 9 and 7. Right here. Oh, this song is nice. Wait. Wait. So nice. So nice. It's actually I didn't write one. Hi. Hey. Belly scrubs? Sorry, she had to pay a tax. Oh, we do have global. You are right. You're very much right. And my solitude. If you don't know this game, we're trying to find out what country this is. So we start, for example, with India. And you see that it's very pale, so it means that it's very far away. So if we go with Spain... Oh, it crashed. Wait. Are you wrenching? Spain is a bit closer, but we don't know where. So it could be like Canada. Oh, Canada is closer, way closer. Catherine Russell, Romance in the Dark, and oh, okay, I'll keep that in mind. What if we go Mexico? No, what if we go Peru, which is lower? Oh, so we are in the South Americas. Venezuela. Venezuela is very close. Very close. I don't think that it's Brazil, because does Peru isn't it the same place? It should be like something here, I think. Maybe what is it if it's Cuba? No. What is this? Chad, what is this? I have no idea of any of these. I feel so bad. Isn't Mexico like more here? Isn't this Mexico? Costa Rica? No. It's more like here. What is this? What is this, chat? Let me zoom in. What is this? Barbados? We're close, but what is this? A lot of things. Nicaragua? No, it's not Cuba. No, it's not. No. Here, chat. What is this? Puerto Rico. No. Here. What else do we have here? Haiti? Ah, Puerto Rico doesn't work. Haiti. No. So Venezuela and Barbados are closer. So it must be like here. Dominican Republic. Dominican. No. What is this? Trinidad. Double E? Where is it double E? Trinidad. That's not how you write it. Trinidad and Tobago. Is it together? Trinidad and Tobago? No. Barbados is still closer. Barbados is still closer. So I think that it's this one. What is this one? Grenada? It is... Grenada is closer. Grenada is even... Where even is Grenada? Wait, I have to refresh because I think that it froze again. Let's go back here. We're this one, chat. What are these? There are multiple countries. Saint Martin. Saint Martin there. No, wait, how do you write it? Saint Martin. It is not. It doesn't exist. Saint Lucia. Saint Lucia. No, it's closer. It's still closer. Saint Lucia. Saint Lucia is close. Martinica. Martinica. Come on! What? Martinica doesn't exist. Martinica. It doesn't exist. Martinica. Dominica? Is that how you write it? Dominica? No! Guadalupe? Guadalupe? No, that's not how you write it. Martinica. Martinique. No, doesn't exist. Martinique. Huh? Martinique. Martinique. No, it's not. Montserrat. Montserrat is a... No, shut up. Wait, what is this? Montserrat is... Wait, isn't Montserrat like... I don't want to sound stupid, but isn't Montserrat a font? It's a font, right? What is it? Guadalupe. Guadalupe? No, it's not. That's not how you write it. I'm a font. Shut up. Martinique. Antigua and Barbuda. I'm like, I didn't freaking write those. No. What is this? Shit. Times New Roman, shut up. Look at this. We're trying all of them. We're trying all of them. It's right here. Comic Sans, shut up. Chinizello Beach. Bahamas? Saint Vincent. Saint Vincent. Doesn't exist. Saint Vincent and Grenadine. Let's try it. No! That's not how you write it? And the Grenadines. Nope, that's not how you write it. Jamaica. No, it's not Jamaica. It's one of these ones. Saint Vincent and Grenadine. That's what I tried. Oh, wait. And, no. And the... Oh my god. No. I'm also... What there is there? Saint Vincent and the Grenadines. Just because we wrote it wrong? Just because we wrote it wrong? You couldn't... This is a nice game. I like playing this game. I really like this game. This game is nice. This game is lovely. This game is beautiful. I'm so much more relaxed right now. Yeah, we do lunch. I think I'm gonna get myself something for lunch now. Kanka. It was French, Guyana. I tried to spell it right. Just France. sure you want know where my homeland is, Mauritius. Of course I know. It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. You see, I pointed it out on the screen. I clearly pointed it out on the screen. Anyway, let's go back to work. Break is over. Let's do something productive. Let's get. Oh, we have Hans Zimmer. How nice. Let me put on Hans Zimmer for you all. Hans Zimmer made by Arya. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's be productive. Let's do something productive for the day. Hans is in the house. Okay, people. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. All right? welcome to the break. Max, what the fuck? Max, did you actually? Welcome to the break. How are y'all doing? It's chat. If you don't know, well, first of all, thank you for the raid. If you came from the raid, which was not a raid, I appreciate you. I appreciate you for being here. Nice to meet you. We're usually working here. We're doing stuff. We're getting stuff done. Mic is really low. No, I'm just slowly getting back. Don't worry. But Max asked me to Mike. I called you Mike. now we're even. Max asked me to answer to a test for my personality, and you know that I'm wanting to do the test again, like the 16 personalities. This is another one. It's not that one. It's another one. And I did that test again. You remember last break when I told you that I was procrastinating and doing things that I was not supposed to do, but I was actually doing it. Well, that's what I did. So apparently I am ENTP. Not the 16 personalities. I was doing another one. It's another one. But according to this one, I am ENTP. I have no idea what that is. I have no, E, not E, E, like the E, E. No, that's an INTP. I'm an ENTP. ENTP. I don't know. I'm extroverted, intuitive, thinking, and prospecting. Inspired innovators motivated to find new solutions to intellectual challenging problems. Oh, you're INTJ? Wow. We're like opposites somehow. Entrepreneur. ENTP sounds bad? What do you mean sounds bad? What do you mean it's bad? What do you mean it's bad? Modern horoscope? Fair. What? I'm from Italy. Where are you from? So wait, let's go. ENTP personality. No, I'm not an ENTP. Wait, what am I? No, I'm not an ENTP. No, I'm not an ENTP. I am an ENTP. I am an ENTP. I'm a debater? I'm not a debate. Wait, what? I don't want to be a debater. I'm not a debater. I never say anything. I do agree. It says like they're not afraid to disagree with pretty much anything or anyone. I do. I'm very scared. I am very scared. I usually don't say anything. When someone says like, oh, I think that the sky is green, I'm like, okay. That's... I disagree. I let them know that I disagree, but I don't want to start the conversation. I'm disagreeing with the website. Shut up. Debaters are the ultimate devil's advocate. This is wrong. This is not me. I promise this is not me. That's not me. No, I'm not. I promise I'm not. Get me out of here. I don't want to be a ENTP. I don't want to. I don't want to. Get me out of here. That is not me. Share the link. I don't have it. Wait. I used something different. I used this one. What is this? Cognitive function test. This one. This one. I did this one. I'm debating an awful lot with myself. No, I'm No, I don't want to be. No. How do I get out of here? How do I stop being? Why when I saw it, wait. Listen. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. No, thank you so much for that. No, thank you so much for the prime. Welcome in. Chat, give them. Steps. Thank you. How did you like Hans Zimmer, by the way? Because we're gonna go for something different in the next one. There we go. Like I promise to you, I think that there has been. Listen, there has been a bug in the system. A bug in the system. There had been a bug in the system because I'm sure that I looked at the results and I was so fucking scared that I was like, before sharing my results, I'm gonna go check what those are. I checked it and it was like, campaigner. It was ENFP. Did I write the wrong letter? Oh, I think that I wrote the wrong letter. Oh my god. And I checked it and I was like, oh, okay, I like this one. I'm okay, I'll share it. It was like Carrie Bradshaw. I was going to be Carrie Bradshaw. Now I'm Mark Twain. I don't want to be Mark Twain. Well, I can be Captain Jack Sparrow. Or Tyrion Lannister. But I promise I don't... It's bugged. This is not me. I disagree. This is not me. I promise. That's not me. No, I don't want to be that. No. It's wrong. I misunderstood the questions. They were in Italian. That's not my personality. No, the tested. I'm not. No, I'm not. I don't even know how to disagree. Like, I'm answering to Max, the one that asked me to do this test. No. Anche tu dubi it's ENTP? No! Who is she right to? The not the developers, not the yes. I complain and I disagree with this. I don't think that I should be. So ENTP of me. Polite debate. I'm not a debater. Nick Elise. I think that listen, maybe it was not the right personality that answered to that personality. I discovered it. Nick Elise, thank you so much for 10 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. They will answer the fact that you wrote this email proves we were right. These tests are a scam mostly. Typical ENTP. Shut up! I don't want to be here. Wait, what is the... Oh, we don't have an activity anymore. Let me hide that. What is it? I cannot see shit. Where is it? Am I going cuckoo? Am I going cuckoo? How do you remove this? Why I don't have it anymore? Listen, I have the subgroup, the thing for the promos. DJ. Oh, it's DJ. Oh, it's DJ. It's not activity. It's DJ. I'm always on cuckoo. Yeah, that's the DJ mode. Sorry. Never mind. It's okay. How is it going, Chan? What are you voting? But wait, I remind you that you can type in chat with number between 1 and 6 to choose the next music. They're like there, so I'll leave you a couple of seconds to like put more numbers in chat. Doing my 100 equation, you are? Then show me that what you're doing. Lena! Thank you for the... It's a full-on ear, Lena! Lena, this is a full year! Thank you. Thank you so much for being here for a full year. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. You want Final Fantasy back? You will not have me today. Not today. Not today. No, you're not. I'm not gonna give you Final Fantasy back. I'm not. I don't know. I just want to mess up with you. I want to mess a little bit. Mess up with you. We're gonna go for Lord of the Rings apparently. So many people wanted. You know, this is this live is not just for focusing and being productive, but I'm also teaching you how life works. Not always you get what you ask for. Sometimes life is not gonna give you what you want, and you have to deal with it. I got you. Let's listen to Lord of the Rings for the next minute, all right? Life sucks. Life sucks. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. Welcome. If you're here to watch how champions of Valorant tournament study and work, you're in the right place. Hello. Hi. Hi, Lomba, Captain, my captain. How are you doing today? How is this beautiful day as a champion woke you up this morning? Do you feel empowered? Time to take a break from your procrastination? No. No. I'm doing very much great. Very, very great. Still waiting to be coached on Valorant, but that's fine. I am very, very happy about it was the very first tournament that I have ever done in my entire life. Especially, it's the very first tournament that I do on an esport. I ran on Pokemon Soul Silver. Wait, what? Wait, what? I do need a jump coach, that's for sure. Carter, thank you for the 3 BDs. I mean, okay, thank you. Appreciate you. You're not gonna open the game for a week? Why? You or I or Lumba? I definitely need a jumping coach. But I wanna go try to I think that I've learned a little bit from the tournament. At least my skills have improved just a teeny tiny bit. Just a teeny tiny bit. And I wanna apply them to my next ranked games. Yes. Jump King. I'm never gonna play Jump King. Never. 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 Jump coach? No, I'm not gonna bungee jumping. Not that kind of jump. Yeah. No, not that. Oh my god, I knew that you were going to say that. No. Thank you. You wanna coach me in Bronze 4? Yeah, let's go. Go. Can I find the entire scale of Valorant rankings? Yeah, I think if you Google it. Jump King. I would never play Jump King. It will not be fun. Bungee jumping. Bungee jumping is not fun. Now you understand the game a bit better. I knew already a little bit the game. I feel. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that my biggest issues are technical, not. I do understand a bit the game, how things are going, where people are gonna come from, and all of that, but I'm missing the technical part. The aim, the flicking, and also, Romba, I've been talking with my chat about this yesterday while we were playing. I am lacking of confidence because what I was doing most of the times I was seeing an enemy, I was shooting a shot, and then the first shot was not going in, so I was panicking and just leaving. But while leaving, I died. So that's something. Massive project lately, pulling crazy hours, and I recently found your stream. 3 a.m. in New Zealand. Wait, did you just wake up or are you still awake, Archangel? I'm very happy that you find this very useful. Valorant is super complicated. I mean, people like me and Sparker stay every day, all day talking on TeamSpeak to understand what we are doing wrong. Oh, really? Do you coach each other? No, but do you coach each other? You show the game to one of your friends and you'll be like, what did I do wrong here? What do you think about this? And oh yeah, you should blah blah blah. And then you do the same to your friends. I wonder who told you that useful information. Yes, Ari, I wonder that too. To get better, you have to watch your games and understand why you did something. True. A lot of people do bot review for tactical shooters. Oh. Yeah, I know that, but I was wondering if also pro player like Lomba do that with other people. No, but we have Prax. Prax? We play in the same team, and when we finished, we watched the video and we tried to understand what we did wrong. Oh. That sounds so cool. Can I please be part of a pro team? I'm willing to put all of my life dedicated to this. I just need to learn how. I don't know what to do. Can you just take my soul and spend it for these things? I am willing to sell myself. I am willing to sell myself to just... I want to get better. I want to... might be a little bit too competitive. But I need to be good. If I'm doing something, I need it to be good. And I hate that in this game I'm not being good enough. It makes me angry. It makes me so angry. Having a pro team is like running a company. You have to have the same mentality and brainstorm ideas on what to do and tactic and positioning in every map. I love it. I'm already very, very happy that I found Arya that is as competitive as me, and like we work together. I like it, but oh, we didn't vote. Shit. You're right. Wait, where is it? No more Lord of the Rings to study. You choose the rest. From studying, working, stream to Valorant. It's all about like, both of them are focused things, right? Both of them are like focused situations. I love that. I love like learning and getting better and see results. You gonna go cry? Why are you gonna go cry, Ari? Why? Because... But no, I was saying I love that I found... Arya, you stupid bitch. I just said that I love that I found you, It's cool. It's so cool. In fact, I'm so happy with how the event went because people like you had a bit of experience on what competing on a video game feels like, and you had nothing to win. Imagine if your last match you qualified for something big, right? Imagine. Oh my god, Lomba. Oh my goodness. I really liked it. I really liked it. I'm so happy that they asked me to be part of this competition, and I hope they will ask me for more. I'm willing to compete on anything. I'm willing to learn any game and compete on that. Oh my god, that's why you love video games? Same! I like these kind of things. Yes. Anyway. From matches and I have an Excel with team starts on maps. Really? Wow, Blink, you're committed. Really wanted to become a coach? Oh. And now we need to teach you how to jump. Shut up. The audacity of this guy. The audacity. I'm gonna learn how to jump and I'm gonna do all the meanest jump sage walls. Jumps is the hardest wall. It's the hardest thing. Is this the best brimstone in town? Oh, I can imagine Arya right now. She's like, oh. That's what I'd like to hear. Yes. Too early. Look at Arya. Arya is blushing right now. Arya is blushing very much right now. And by the way, I'll say this from Arya. She didn't tell me to tell you or anyone, but she actually really liked to play with you and with the others. With Urgot and Battle. It was really, really nice. You guys were really, really nice. Also towards me. Like, you made me feel not too stupid. So it was really lovely. It was a very cool competition. It was a really, really cool one. Really, really. So thank you for introducing me to this. I'm not gonna jump in real life. Oh, jumping game, not in real... Okay. We can organize and play more. Yes. Okay. You were jumping in real life. Yeah, I know I was doing like this while jumping on Valo. I know. Anyway, what are we listening? Oh, we are listening to Star Wars. Okay. Are we ready to listen to some Star Wars? Even if... How many of you have seen Star Wars? I realized that it's not... I thought it was like a must. But not many of you saw it. I dodges bullets in real life. True. Anyway, people, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. I had a very small lunch, so I might gonna have something else. But be good, everyone. All right? Bye. the time going today? What is happening? Where is the time going? What the fuck? You mean no points to Wolf? Why no points to Wolf? How are you doing, people? Hi. Madness! Hi. I saw you there. Cha-cha, hello, cha-cha. How is it going? Hi, Rico, hello. Today is being super fast, isn't it? We already are at the last tomato of the day. Today we are already at the last tomato of the day. What the heck? Where did my... Ah, there we go. Hi, ACCCCCC. How are you doing? I scammed? I did not scam. How did I scam? Carol, right? You're already at the 5th tomato. Last tomato, unless... True, unless... Last night subs, what?
Where does
But that doesn't count, that doesn't work like that, Rico. I'm sorry if you thought it was and that's why you gifted the subs. But it doesn't work. It doesn't. Hi Prof, hello. I'm doing good. Hey, see, I'm doing very good. I'm doing good. What do you mean why not? Because you need more time. Japan is in midnight. Chacha, shouldn't you go to sleep? Don't you have to go to sleep, Chacha? Masi, you're a bit tired. Just stand up from your desk, stretch a little, get yourself some cold water. Unfortunately, we're not in a fair democracy, but in a tyranny. Finally, you understood. Finally, you understood. Coffee, you're still here, Proxy? Oh, true. Okay. For the last poll, since we have only 2 options, not 4 options, I'm gonna add 2 more, alright? I'm gonna add 2 more options. I'm gonna add hip hop, and I'm gonna add the pressed beats. Okay, these are the 2 options that I'm gonna add. These are the ones that I'm gonna add. All right. Okay. These are the 2 ones that I'm gonna add. Yeah, no, I was joking. I did not add those. I did not. Wait, what do you mean no Final Fantasy? There is Final Fantasy. I added Final Fantasy. Oh, wait, your wheel. Your wheel? Did you redeem it? Oh, you did, Kiro. Okay, fair enough. Wardo, just Wardo. So close to sing. We were so close to sing. Oh my god. So close, yet so far. So close, yet so far. I'm sorry. No singing. Ooh. What happens if you type 2 800 times? You're gonna be voting 800 times. Should I actually make it like that? Should I make it like you have 100 votes? So the more you spam, the more it goes? Do you wanna make, should I do it? So much chaos? I love the chaos. Okay, if we get... If we get to have another tomato, so for 11 more subs, we're gonna have chaos music. This is IKEA. All right? Hi, Fabio. All right? So if you have your Prime right now, go for it. Go for it for Chaos Music. Go for it now. Just check if you have it. You know, any primers? Any primers? It's a smart way to get 0 subs in the next hour. I think you do like the you know, the chaos. Bots will be spam. Bots will ban people who spam. We'll see. But that's the point. You cannot send the same message more than 3 or 4 times, otherwise the bot will be like it's gonna remove you. So you have to. But at the same time, you can also write like the bot for the poll takes the number wherever you wrote that. So if you write that and emote a sentence and a number, if you write whatever and a number, he's gonna count that one wherever you put it. So you can write blop and then put something in. Since you have done masters.u? No. Keep learning about life, all right? I am not doing upskilling. I'm not doing upskilling or managing stress since I have done my masters. Because you do upskilling sessions or managing stress. So only if you are doing a school. Yes, that's exactly what we want to show here in this stream. Yes. Keep learning. If I can give you a suggestions whatever you are doing, if I can suggest you something, maybe go for like some therapy about your anger issues. You're being honest. Well, if you're being honest, you can ask me what am I doing during my streams and I can answer to you what do I do, as everyone knows what I do during the streams. I'm not studying anymore. So if you've been here for a very long while, you know that it's not just about studying. And what I do, I consider that a job. And how dare you come in my stream and tell me how I should, oh my god. Keep learning for real. I'm also not trolling to you two. Get some anger issues kind of management something. That's a good upskill for you, for real. I mean, I would need a stress management to be fair. Wait, let me see this. I have been following you. Wait, what did it say? I have been following your streams for months. Following since 15 minutes ago. Account created 18 minutes ago. Bro, get fucked. Honestly. Get fucked. I thought we will learn something, but you do crazy sessions in break time. No, why should I teach you something when I'm not a teacher? Oh, you create an account now? Oh, are you that scared to have the guts to be honest? Then if you want to have the guts to be honest, have the guts to also put your face in it. I swear. If you want to ask me what do I do on a daily basis, you can ask me for it. I always share it. I used to also share my Aki flow where I show every single task that I do because I do time blocking. But if you want to come here and be a fucking pain to others, please look at yourself, look at what you are doing with your own fucking life, and then we can discuss about it. Sorry, chat. You know that I like these kind of things because that gives me the possibility to be mean to people because they... Oh, I knew being true hurts. Bro, I don't think you understood. I don't think you understood. Chat, I don't think that they understood. I don't think they do. I don't think they did. How do we tell them? How do we tell them? Bro. I don't even want to ban you because you're content right now. I don't even want to ban you. You know? If you wanna put your face and DM me, as I always answer to everyone's DM me. I can tell you what I do every single day. We can discuss for sure, no issues. But you have to put your face in it. Do you have enough courage? And by the way, what are you doing with your life that you had to create a full-on new account? It took you a while, I guess, to create a new account with a new email, with a new thing, just to come in here and just say that. Everyone knows you're a fake study work streamer. I'm just being honest. Yeah, that's why I'm one of the most viewed study streamers in NA and EU. That's yes, makes sense. Everyone knows that I'm a fake study streamer. But again, keep learning. DM me. Have the courage to put your face. Since I am so fake. But come on, text me. Let's have a call. I don't mind. I don't care. I'm not scared. I have nothing to hide. Anyway, Chad. Shall we move on? Shall we continue? I'm not even real. Exactly, I'm on an hologram. DM, not with a fake account. True. We can have a call. I'll be very happy to do that. But would you be happy to do that though? Are you willing to hear me out or not? I haven't put my photo because I don't want to get trolled. You have support. Bro, I'm saying we have a call. You and me only. No one else. I don't really care. I don't need no one to defend me. Just DM me and we have a call and I'll explain you what I do and what I don't do and all of that. I don't mind. Because between the two of us, you are the one that is hiding something, not me. Anyway, we are done, I think, for this. Are we okay? Did you all chat? Did you use all of your anger? Because I kind of did. I'm tired of the troll now. Are you okay? We told them what we have to say. We shall focus. Okay, we shall focus. What are we listening to? Oh, to good to better. Oh, from good to better. Yes. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Oh, I also need water, but I'll get it in a couple of seconds. I need to finish something. It's okay. Just had to be an honest reviewer. DM me, honest reviewer. DM me if you want really a feedback. DM me. I'll give you an honest review to you. Anyway, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, people. Be good. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. How are you doing? How is it going? How are you feeling? Were you being productive? Were you actually doing something? If you were wondering, no, I did not receive any DM. Chat, if you have any bully in your life, confront them. They're the scary, like they're very scared of everything in general. Anyway, no, my voice is not part of the mute song. How are you doing, people? How was this last tomato? Oh, Manesco. What do you mean Manesco? You Manesco for real? Chill, chill. My screen time is less than 2 hours. Wait, why are you being unproductive? What happened? The tree was not delivered, chat. The tree was not delivered. Let me just double check. With Amazon, it was not delivered. Not even today. I don't know if tomorrow will be delivered. Let's see where it says that it is. It doesn't say much. Let's see. Nah, doesn't say. Doesn't say where it is. I hope that tomorrow is gonna be available. I hope so. If it's not, we're still gonna have tomatoes, but without the tree. If I receive the tree, I am gonna do it tomorrow. If I don't receive the tree, I am not gonna do it tomorrow. Makes sense, right? So I'm gonna be Wordle, please. True. You are very much right. No, this is the wheel. This is Wordle. Oh, because I changed it to contexto. True. Let me put it here. All right. Oh, they're still here. Oh, okay. Just want to clarify. I'm not a troll and I'm not create toxic vibe. From main account, I have subbed for 3 months and gifted 3 or 4 subs at start. Since I'm learning data science, thought I will learn new skill, but you do charades, TikTok, tattoo instead of productivity session during break. Yeah, because breaks are supposed to be breaks. You should not be learning something else during breaks. During break, you should rest. I do other kind of content during the other days of the week. Keep learning. You know? During the other days of the week. Other study work streamers are genuine. I am not genuine because I don't do data science during my breaks. I don't get it. I'm sorry. It must be me, but I don't get it. Am I not genuine because I'm not? We can do genuine session on vocabulary learning or anything. That's still because we're doing something that is entertaining during the breaks. Keep learning. Not everyone wants to keep learning during the breaks. Some people need breaks during the breaks. If you want to do that, you go somewhere else. No one is forcing you to stay here. If you need that kind of content, you don't want to say anything else. Okay, go for it. Bye. I want to be clear. No one is forcing you to stay here, apart from Kami. But ignore Kami. All right? You have the choice to follow whatever you want. If a streamer is bringing a game that you don't like, why the fuck are you following the streamer? Don't hate on him. They're just doing a game you don't like. Alright? That's fine. That's completely fine. I hope you do understand that, right? You have the choice on this platform to choose to go wherever you want. Alright. Anyway, going on. Oh, we were doing Wordle. Ignore Kami. Yes, ignore Kami. You're not forced to watch charades. Yeah, weren't you leaving? Wait, yeah, I know I have a choice. Since I have paid for a sub, I wanted genuine productive sessions. I didn't get that. Keep learning. No one forced you to sub either. If you don't like my content, it's not like you subbing will make me do what you want me to do. You don't pay me to do what you want to do. What you want me. You don't pay me for me to do what you want me to do. You subscribe because you like this content and because you support and you feel you like here. It's not the way around, you know. That's not how it works. Nobody wanted the truth out of others. I know that. Don't worry. Keeping learning. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for telling everyone. Chat, if you didn't know, during the breaks we're not doing data science. Did you know? Did you know that during the breaks we're not doing it? Chad, did you know that we're not doing vocabulary learning during the breaks? Did you know that we do breaks during breaks? Did you all know that? Wait, what? I know, I'm sorry. I keep learning wanted you to know that. You're saved. You are saved now. You are, whatever I found. You are saved now. Bro. Oh my goodness. This first one must be fun at parties. This is the person that when you're like playing Uno with friends, like, these are not the rules that I know. Oh my god. Anyway. Man, productive session even during focus time. I am doing productive sessions during focus time. What are you doing? Should I tell you what to do to be productive during your focus time? Man, you're doing something wrong right there. If your productive session is vocabulary learning given by me, you're doing something wrong. Keeps laughing at a sub who believed in your channel. I'm not laughing at a sub who believed in my channel. I'm laughing at someone that thought that my stream was something different and they paid for it and then they got disappointed out of it and they think it's my fault. Man, it's your fault. No one forced you. I've never changed. It's not like at the beginning I was doing a lot of content during the breaks. There was a lot of like productivity and shit during the breaks. I've been a shithole since day one. Since day one I've been a stupid idiot. Bruh. I made it very clear from the very beginning that I'm a talking timer. That during breaks we just chit chat about random shit. Yeah, they came back, JJ. Free content for you. Actually, I don't know about you, Chad, but I am entertained. I don't know about you. I mean, anyway. Since they wanted me to say, yeah. Have you not? Did you not know, Chad? Camille, you don't know how to count. It's 6 out of 6. Actually, good content. Thank you. Actually, I knew everyone will support. Bro, maybe because you are wrong here, bro. And as I told you already, if you don't want me to have the support of people here, just DM me. I'm open to answer to everyone. I answered. You have no idea how many trolls I answer in DMs. I have full-on conversation about things. I had someone telling me I hate you, and I was answering to them, bro. If you're that mad, come out and text me. We can discuss about it. But I'm not gonna change just because you subscribed and you thought it was something. No, I don't hate you. I'm not saying you did. But man, that's what I'm saying. This is my kind of content. This is how you feel bad for subbing. I am sorry for you. No one forced you. Maybe for next time. It's like someone buying, like, I don't know, a pizza with pineapple on it, eating it, and then being like, I don't like pineapple on pizza. Bro, you ordered that shit. No one forced you. You could have got that one. You could have got ham. You could have had mushrooms. No, you went for pineapple. How is that my fault that I delivered you pineapple? Bro. It's no longer a study work stream, it's a fun stream. Oh my god, thank you! Thank you! That's the best compliment ever. I want to be a fun stream. I don't want people to come here and be fucking depressed. I want to give you a little bit of happiness during the breaks. Shit, thank you for the compliment. Wendell, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. And there you go. Keep learning. You don't even have to pay for the sub. You have it for free. Oh. He said that he was watching me for several months. He said that he knows the content. I don't think he ever joined during the breaks. What the heck? I'm sorry for you. Thanks, chat, for trolling me. You are trolling yourself, my man. Or woman, or whatever you identify as. It's not about break time. Focus time. During focus time, I focus on my own shit. Then you should be focused on your own shit. If you expect a focused, a co-working streamer to be telling you what to focus on during the focus time, that's a different thing. That's another kind of thing. It's another kind of content. This is not what we do here. Bro, it's not that difficult. You order pineapple pizza. You paid for pineapple pizza. I give you pineapple pizza. You didn't want pineapple pizza? I'm sorry. That's on you. You can go get whatever you want. Other streamers do skill learning sessions. Other streamers play COD. Other streamers play League of Legends. Go. Go. You're free. You are free. It's okay. Bye. You thought I was going to do the same, but I was not. I've never done my entire life. I don't know what you thought I was going to, but I've never done that in my entire life. So I'm sorry that you thought that, but you thought wrong. There we go. This is better than the gym session. I'm not nervous anymore. I am. Anyway. Oh, Fabio, thank you for the 100 videos. Nothing is happening, Stany. No worries, no worries, no worries. Wait, you don't write my thesis during your focus time? Thank you for the train. Thank you for the train. Oh, what the hours for him leaving? Alright. You're beautiful, Simpson. You're beautiful because you like this fun stream and not a dumb stream. Like, not a numb one. I appreciate you. And oh, Shazam, I don't know what you have to focus on, but you really, really got this. For real. I hope I'll give you enough energy that you need, because you really, really that's the only thing that you need, just the energy, because you have all the capabilities and the skills to do whatever you want to do. You're amazing. It's about being disciplined enough to work on your own stuff, and it helps us to see others doing the same. If not for you, the other streamers might be good for you. There we go, chat. There we go. If I can give you a suggestion, if you're stuck here, okay? If you're stuck here, first of all, try to press ESC. Maybe you're in a full screen mode and you don't see a way to go out of this stream. ESC. Then top left, there is the icon of Twitch. If you click on that, it's gonna show you multiple other streamers. You can go check them out if you don't like this. And it makes a lot of sense, but maybe you didn't know, you know? It's just a screensaver with interaction. There we go, Bacardi. You see, Bacardi is new and already knows better. Wow, I'm disappointed that you're not doing my work. What the fuck? Apollo, shut up. I'm still here. It doesn't work. Alt F4. Alt F4. Stupid. Yes, I'll be joining them. Oh, you're still here? Bro, you're obsessed. You're obsessed. You're very much obsessed. Wait. just in me and everybody knows. You're obsessed with me. Anyways, we're open to respectful feedbacks to help us improve the channel and the co-working sessions. We actually are. We actually are. I'm not even joking, chat. If you genuinely think that there's something that I stole Orlando coming. If you genuinely think that there is something that we should change, that I should improve, that I should fix, everywhere, in every single platform, my DMs are open and I'm obsessed by social medias. So I'll be definitely answering to you 1 second after you write to me, okay? As long as it's like constructive criticism. If it's like, you suck, I'll be trolling you back. That's what you expect, right? You should improve on responding to others. Fuck. I'm not trained enough, Rico. I'm not trained enough. I'm trained on Fortnite lobbies, you know? Oh, shit. I thought this stream was about data science, but this song doesn't talk about data science at all. I wanted people to know. Thank you, Shutsa. I swear. Can you ask for refunds and DMs? Actually, yes. I always say, if you found yourself like donating too much because you got caught on the high train or anything like that, and then you realize, what the fuck, what did I do? Just DM me, I'll give you back what you sent, for sure. Provide G with haters for training purposes. Yeah, noted. Anyway, we have a Wordle to do. This is actually important. Keep learning. Is this smart enough for you? Is this smart enough? This is vocabulary learning. This is vocabulary learning. Thank you for the turn, by the way. I appreciate you. This is vocabulary learning. This should work. This should be approved. Can I have like, I want to add something under Wordle saying like, approved by Keep Learning. I get to learn new words after the vowels from yesterday. Okay, let's start with learn. Learn. Armida. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm feeling bad. Oh my god, I'm feeling so bad. Wait. Oh, the hate made my stomach close. Oh my god. Armida, thank you so much for the gifted one. I appreciate you very much. I appreciate you very, very much on that one. Oh, another one? You just want to hear the music more? I cannot do it with the left one. Armida, thank you for the 2 gifted. I appreciate you. I really do. I really, really do. Thank you for being here, chat. Apart from the trolls, I'm being honest. If you have any feedbacks, that is any kind of constructive idea, something that, whatever, please come. I promise I will not flame you that much. You can DM. If you're scared of chat, you can DM me privately. I'll be very happy to answer to you. To any questions, like, even if you think it might be like a mean question, like, what the fuck are you actually doing every day and you don't know but you're curious, or like, what is your actual age? Like, I've been having people coming to my DMs like, what is your actual age? Because I'm feeling like shit that you did all of this and I think you're 19. What the fuck is your age? DM me. Anything you want to know, anything I can help you out, just DM me, for real. Can you smile more? Get fucked, Legion. Sorry. Anyway, learn apparently is not here. No letters from learn is in this word. What is another word that we could have? What is the next word? Renan. Okay, so how Wordle works is like, if it's gray, if the letter is gray, it means that there is not that letter at all. Okay, if it's green, it's in the right spot. If it's yellow, it's there, it's in the word, but not in that spot. Focus. Wait, let's try focus actually. You see, green and yellow. So it's a word that has O here and US, but not there. So like, it could be So, 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 soup. South. Oh, south. South maybe sounds better. Oh! So, toast. Toast. Toads. Is that a word? We tried south. Though, but we need a S. We need a S. Is this a word? Is this a word? Tours. Oh my god, you're... No, it cannot be tours. There's no R. What if... Toops! Toops! The very famous Toops. Les no va, les va. Ah, les no puede... Da. Ah. Tous. So S has to be here. And T... So it could be like... X... O... No. Like that? Joust. Is joust a word? Is joust a word? Joust. Is that joust? What does it mean? The famous word. Joust is a word. What is joust? What does joust mean? Knights joust in Game of Thrones, riding horses with lances. Wait. Jousting. Oh, it is actually the one with the... I'm pronouncing it wrong. Joust? Joust. Oh! You love this song, Jalford? Oh, cute. This is Joust, by the way. This is Joust. 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 Please explain us the meaning we don't want to learn. Justa? In español, okay. Oh, it's a very special song for you and your fiance, JJ. JJ, what were you doing on Friday night with your fiance? If you were here, I would be like, what were you doing on Friday night with your fiance, JJ? It was in Glee is all. It was in Glee, just it? That's just that? Okay, never mind. It was the elbow. Have you not had enough drama today? Fair. Something I'm not going to do? What do you mean? If that Friday nights could talk, yes, yes. No, there is more to it than that. Oh, Jalford! What were you doing while they were playing this song on Glee? Ooh, the ultimate drama for real. The ultimate drama for real. Anyway. Ooh. Cuddles in front of the fireplace watching Glee. Oh, wow. Don't chat. Listen, Jaffa, you cannot tell chat these kind of things and then expect us not wanting to know. Okay? Let's learn some skills. We want to know your flirting skills. What the fuck has become this thing? He has been spending a lovely night with his wife to be people shy. Oh, wife to be, okay. Anyway. No more skills during Friday night. Oh! You're a fake streamer, always centered on drama, not work. You're right, I'm so sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry. Anyway, people, how are you doing? How did it go today? Were you being productive? Were you doing something good? Were you able to do at least 1 or 2 tasks from your to-do list? Damn kids. Oh my god, sorry, I just saw. By the way, I also found a way that I can, like, thanks to Jole, get access. I think that's better than Jole. Let me just double check. Jole. No, I was right. I was not right. Jole. A way to get to a GTA RP, but I think I'm gonna be doing that like in January. 8.5 out of 10. Oddly specific, but I like it. We didn't end the game. We started learning and you closed it. Wait, what? Yeah, I know. Pera's not there yet. Oh, I'm not gonna answer. Saya, tell me when you're back. Saya, tell me when you're back. Did we end the game? Yes. Wordle? Yes, we did it. We finished the Wordle. What are you talking about? We finished Wordle. What? Oh yeah, I saw it. I saw it, Metal. I saw that one. I told you. I read you. I just ignore you then. Joking. But anyway, Marco, hi. How are you doing, Marco? Welcome in today. Chat, if you can, do exclamation mark mood and then put a number between 1 and 100, so you get to check in also on your mood. Saya, hi. Yes, I saw you're asking me that. Pera went for a little bit of a walk, you know. She went for a little bit of a walk. How do you do check in? Exclamation mark check in. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. There we go. I see a 3. A 3, Rua, you good? 85, I like it. 75. 44 under the medium. Like under 50. Diane, maybe try to take a little bit of a rest. What's happening? Oh, we're just putting our moods in chat. So we're checking in our moods to say, oh, I'm doing this much or but took all the progress in Pera Puzzle by February 2023. We will finish. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, good luck on that. Not good. I removed those. I don't like those emotes. The who asked and who cares. You asked and you cared. Okay, or I asked and I cared. What's the scale? From 1 to 100. That's where you get to choose between. Let me send you. We are at the end of the day. I will be back tomorrow at 11. Dashing through the snow and a one-horse open sleigh. Na 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 na. I don't even know if those are the words. Na 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 na. Sorry, Fred. I'm not native English speaker. So tomorrow we will be doing pomos, but we were also going to do but also with the tree. We were going to do tomatoes with the tree, because what we were going to do, like the tree is already there, right? We just put little balls on it. You know, that was still the idea. If there's not, we're still gonna be doing that. Do you have any information for me if you want to get a co-working stream up and running? Yes. Can someone please link? I think that there is also, like, I put it on the VODs also. Let me, wait, before plugging in the link, mods, give me a second. Sandrone, how are you feeling? Oh, oh no, you did a watch time? Are they actually Bobos? What? Bobos? Did it the other? You can actually buy in VR. Wait, what? If I'm not wrong, I should have uploaded that. Where is the Valorant one? Oh yeah, this one. Maybe if you can help me out, any mod, we can use this one as the new link to the YouTube video. to the TwitchCon. So I went to the TwitchCon with the mods, three of the mods, and yeah, I put it on YouTube, so we're not losing it. Copyright claim. Copyright claim for what? Oh, there's music under. They put music. Okay. Anyway, and we did like 1 hour session where we talked on how to do, how to set up a stream, or what do you need to be a co-working stream, what does it mean, and all of that. If still you need more help, you can text me. Music is loud? Mine? Oh yeah, true. Sorry. Is it actually live? What do you mean actually live?
Finally, for example, I
Oh my God,
decided to
that's-
have an improvement on the microphone.
By the way, the
Still
camera
not
was
the
so
top
good.
tier microphone.
And we can say that my outfit was decent. My voice? What's up with my voice? Oh, back then, my voice, yes, I was out of voice when we did this, of course. Of course I was out of voice. Let me hear my voice again. Wait, let's watch it for a second. Let's watch it for a second. Wait, that was top right. Let me just move. I'm just gonna move my own face for a little bit. That was me. We were talking
Because
here.
we really talk for like 10 minutes out of 50. So I decided mostly to improve the camera. That's what I would suggest you if you decide to get into this route, to invest on the camera, because that's what people see most of the time, right? But still, like the timer. Oh yeah. Oh, I was clicking the wrong one. Still, the timer was like, it's just a stream elements one, like chill, like nothing crazy. Oh, regarding the food that did not improve during the time, I got to a salad, which is
I like my voice when I'm without voice.
But then how should it look like? And I leave the word to Arya for this.
Oh,
In
wait,
the
let's-
beginning, you only need the timer.
Where's
That's the most
Arya?
important thing. So you don't
Arya.
really think about the background and the aesthetic
Ari.
of the stream. But at some point, it's nice to also have that.
Ari!
To apply on the stream. So Julia has a nice background on the stream, in my opinion. It's really nice for the viewers. It's not very distracting, and that should also apply to the overlay as well. Well, some people add a lot of mini games or a task list, and that can be quite distracting for the viewers. And in our experience, it's better to keep it as minimal as possible for the viewers and the streamer. So yeah, less is more.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. That was us. This was us at the TwitchCon. What do you mean, Arya's? Okay, Arya's voice is better. We all know that. She has a sweet little voice. Okay? Arya's so cute. Can we please push Arya to be a streamer? Thank you. Arya is the cutest, I agree. Oh, do you want to see also Kami and JJ talking? Wait, let me show you also them. Since we showed one, let's embarrass them all. I feel like the mom that has to show the pictures of the kids. Where can I find them though? No. They're all here. They're all here. They're all there. Wait. Oh, they're just watching me? They're Arya on the phone and Arya on the phone, extremely stressed. Like, I remember I was cracking jokes with Cami and Jalford, and Arya was like, not even moving. Not even moving. Let's see, like, she's trying to be like, oh, I'm so serious. I'm not scared of this. I am completely fine. Me dying in the meantime, no voice.
Hello, everyone. I'm Julia. Nice to meet you all. As you might have heard, I don't have much voice. I'll do my best. I think this is like karma, because what I do in stream is mostly staying silent. And now that I have to talk, of course. But yeah, welcome in. Welcome to starting a co-working stream. This is us.
Oh, wait, I'm covering us. Hi.
I'm Jonathan Jawford. I'm a community manager and moderator at Studytime. I'm also British.
Hi, I'm Camilla. I'm a moderator as well. Maybe I'm the oldest one moderator in the in the stream. I'm not British.
Hello, I'm Ariadne, but you can call me Aria because it's easier. I'm also a moderator on Study Time, and I'm also not British.
What the fuck? Floyd, what the
And I'm Julia. I'm
Floyd,
also
what? What? He's requesting Carol. Stop! I'm doing something else. He's requesting Carols. He's requesting they.
Today I got my first job in CyberSec. I'm super proud of you and me.
Me? Of
Thanks
you?
a lot, G, and thanks a lot all Tanty in the community.
3 steps! Good job! I'm proud of you! I'm really proud of you! I really, really am proud of you! Good job! Claps in chat for 3 steps, please. Thank you, 3 steps, for being here. I'm very proud of you for this achievement. Good job. I'm giving you... Bah, that's it. Enough. Enough. You see the deal? Vox Viva, I am not Alessandro. First of all, first of all, I was not invited. First time that I know about it. Second of all, I would not be able to. And back to his corner. Okay. But anyway, congrats for your 3 steps. Oh, that was so cute. That was so cute. We're so nice. I have to improve the... I have to improve the SEO of this video, by the way, because it's useful. Anyway, enough of me. You want an hologram of Pera? We could have a... Do you know the picture that someone took of Pera on the bed, be like this? What if we make an hologram of that and we put her here? It will be a little bit distracting, I think. Edit the video so it doesn't start with a 10-minute time. I don't think that I can. I don't think that I can. Armita! Thank you. This is Armita is the artist. So if you want that, you have to ask them. They are the artist in this. Many will unsub because it's fun, but yeah. I like your humor. Let's go say hi to this friend of mine. Ooh. Since we just joined the... Wait. Okay. Since we just joined... Well, it's not official, so let's not do that. Let's not do that. Okay. Since we won a Valorant... I've opened my emails. Since we just won a Valorant tournament, I think that this is the best... the best thing is to just raid some fellow pro gamer like me. Let's raid a pro gamer. Lumba is not live. Let's raid a pro... artist badge to Armita. Okay. You can go check them out. But because I might have taught them a couple of things, a couple of shots, they got them from me. I am pro, and my first I won yesterday. Okay, so I'm a pro. Shut up. Anyway, people, I really, really appreciate you for being here. You know that I really love you. You know that you're not obliged to be here, so I love you for deciding to stay here, even though I'm stupid. I really appreciate you. I really do. You have no idea how much I care about you. How much I really appreciate you for being here. I really do. So thank you so much, Shio, for being here. I'm very proud of you. Even if you did just one tomato, I'm very proud of you. Thank you to the mods that are being here every single day, helping us to, provide us also the content. They could have banned immediately the troll from before, but they decided to give us the content. So thank you, mods, for that. I appreciate you. Thank you also for all of this support. It means shit tons, and I love you for it. I'll see you all tomorrow at 11, alright? I'll see you tomorrow at 11. Might be a little bit late. I'll tell you already. It might be already a little bit late. But I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.